Good morning. It is Tuesday, May 13th, 2025, and it is currently 9:39, and we are starting the Budget and Public Employees Committee. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Tanya. Alderman Browning.
Present.
Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderman Devotie. Chair Aldrich.
Present.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Velazquez. We have 3 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we have approved the minutes from last week. Today, board bills for review is Board Bill number 1, which is the budget for the City of St. Louis FY26 that we have been diving into for the last week. There is no resolutions for review. For committee discussion, we will hear from the Office of Violence Prevention, who is here today. After that, followed by the Circuit Court, and then the Juvenile Detention Service, or Service/Center. And then we will take a quick little break for committee members, and then we will resume back at 1 o'clock to hear from the Sheriff's Office, and we will end the day with the medical examiner. With that, we have the Office of Violence Prevention here. Whoever is presenting, please come on up, state your name, and if you want to, you can also inform us who is here with you, and then you can proceed with your presentation. Just make sure your mic is on and maybe off. There's a little button right there. There you go.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Davis. I'm the Grants Manager for the Office of Violence Prevention. Thank you for allowing us this time to present our FY20 budget. So I will start with a brief overview of the Office of Violence Prevention. The Office of Violence, next slide, please. The Office of Violence Prevention was created in August of 2022. We act as a coordinating body for the city's efforts to create safe and healthy neighborhoods free of violence, and we work with various partners on a public health approach to addressing violence. We do this strategically by focusing on these 11 neighborhoods you see here. These neighborhoods are considered to be very high crime areas, so we are launching a targeted approach to helping to reduce violence in those neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods are Baden, College Hill, Columbus Square, Dutchtown, Fountain Park, Hamilton Heights, O'Fallon, Peabody, Darcy Webby, Walnut Park East and West, and Wells Goodfellow. To lay some foundation, I'd like to define community violence intervention. CVI focuses on reducing homicides and shootings by establishing relationships with people at the highest risk of being victims and/or perpetrators of violence. The Office of Violence Prevention carries that out with 13 current staff. We have 3 vacancies at this moment. We are without a director or commissioner. We have an executive, we are also vacant an executive assistant 2, a government services analyst. We fund 53 contracts, we manage and fund 53 contracts with community-based organizations through 2 programs, which is our supportive reentry and youth diversion. I'll talk a little bit more about those programs shortly. Our main focus is to grow the CVI ecosystem. So those 53 contracts that I spoke about previously all fit together to provide this public health wraparound service approach. So they consist of community outreach as the center. We also work with mediation and violence intervention organizations. We have hospital-based violence intervention programs as well as school-based intervention programs. To begin to speak a little bit about our 2 main programs, our supportive reentry program provides an array of support to increase stabilization and decrease the likelihood of continued justice system involvement. The criteria for this program is that those coming out of incarceration need to be city residents or plan to return to the city upon release. They must, we will work with participants that have been released within 90 days or have been released in the past 6 months. The staff that manages that program consists of a program manager 2 that oversees the program, a client service coordinator 2, which is the supervisor that supervises 2 client service coordinator 1s that are really like case managers. In 2024, so last year, our supportive reentry program assisted 302 clients with 124 cases that they case managed among those few staff. We provided 221 outbound referrals to contracted partners. Next, our youth diversion program supports youth facing diverse life challenges by providing opportunities, keeping them safe, and assisting them with healthy choices to divert them from entering the justice system. The criteria for this program is that the youth must be city residents and they must be between the ages of 11 and 24. Similar to the supportive reentry program, the staff that manage that program consists of a program manager 2, a client service coordinator 2 who supervises the 2 client service coordinator 1s. Currently, they have a caseload of approximately 26 youth to provide case management to. This program is kind of getting up, getting on its feet. So the numbers we expect those numbers to increase as the years go on. Now to hop into the budget portion. So the Office of Violence Prevention is funded through the Local Use Tax Fund. Our FY26 approved budget was $8,735,229. I'd now like to discuss some of the budget line items that were either eliminated and or reduced from the budget. Most of these, keep in mind, and I may repeat this throughout the presentation, that most of these line items were not previously included in our past budgets because our prior commissioner had a grant that covered a lot of these costs. So these are a lot of new line items and costs that you are seeing in our budget so that we can continue our programming. So first, the food for human consumption. This line item was reduced by $18,000. OVP holds monthly events in the community to raise awareness and to engage the community as it pertains to reducing violence. We hold kickbacks and peace walks. Our kickbacks are held in high crime areas of the city. The whole community is invited to come. Our funded partners table at this event to raise awareness for their services, raise awareness of their services to the community. We provide food, the music. We typically have the Mobile Y, which is one of our funded partners there. It's a video game truck that the kids and some of the adults love to participate in. We also have a mobile clinic that is there for medical screenings. Similarly, our peace walks happen in that same neighborhood where we walk through the community with some of our funded partners. We engage the community at their doors and just make them aware that we are out here trying to reduce that violence. Last year, last year our kickback served over 2,000 city residents and helped them to get connected to vital resources. So the money in this line item is to provide the food. Food services are vital resources to bring the community members to the kickbacks. And the way we typically do that is when you enter the kickback, you get a card that we call a passport. On the back of it, it asks if you need any services. But before they can get the food, so that we make sure that they engage our funded partners, they have to go around to all of the tables and speak to our funded partners to learn about the resources that they have. Once they have done that, then they can go and enjoy a free meal. So without this funding, we will no longer be able to provide food at those events. The next line item is computer rental and leases. This is a contract that we currently have to pay for our copier in our office. Our copier is what we also use to scan our contracts so that we can have them presented before the Board of E&A and sent to all of the other entities within the city for execution. Non-employee recognition awards and catering. Similar to the kickbacks and the peace walks, we convene over 200 participants monthly from 70 organizations in the community. We call it our CVI monthly meeting or CVI cohort meeting. We bring together these partners so that we can ensure that they are removing barriers to continue to break down silos for our partners, to create an integrated ecosystem that prevents, intervenes, and responds to violence. At these monthly meetings, these partners come together for peer learning. They get together, they help to brainstorm, further the mission of the Office of Violence Prevention. We talk about data, how what they're seeing on the street actually translates to the data. So this is a critical line item for us as well. Because they are doing this on a volunteer basis, we would like to feed them something, a little something. Next is travel out of town. SCL's OVP continues to be a leader, and making these national and regional conferences allows us to develop relationships and to share knowledge and information. So these funds are used for travel to conferences, to regional, to help us to network with our partners and to learn best practices. Once again, this was a big line item that was funded previously from another funding source that we no longer, that has been substantially cut from our budget. Advertising, sorry. So when the Office of Violence Prevention releases requests for proposal, we are mandated to publish them in 2 publications. And we have to pay for those. So that is solely what this line item is for. We typically, in 2024-25, we released anywhere from 3 to 5 RFPs. So this is something this is money in this line item that we need to have so that we can remain in compliance with the ordinances of the city. Professional services. So out of all the requests, this serves as our most vital funding, as it directly allows OVP to engage in violence prevention work with community-based organizations. So in prior years, professional services was split between 2 cost centers. So what you're seeing now is a big jump, but it's because there were in 2 cost centers previously. And we're apparently no longer using the one 1111 cost center. So this is where we fund our BHRs, our mental health, our Show Me, which is our violence interrupters on the street, our integrated health network, Keyway. These are all very critical funded partners. So this is the bulk of the work that OVP does that comes showing in this line item. And as you can see, it has been reduced by a little more than $600,000. Without that funding, we may have to cut some of the services and funding that we have with our current funded partners. Finally, a couple more. Assistance. So this is a conglomeration of 3 line items. It's for basic personal items, emergency shelter, and grocery items. This is really for to support our 2 programs, the supportive reentry and the youth diversion. So at times, like I said, we case manage those individuals that have recently come out of incarceration. We get walk-ins into our office of people that just know that we're there, that they need help, they need some basic personal items. So these are very critical line items. There have been times when our staff has actually had to use our personal funds to purchase items to assist these people. So as far as basic personal items is concerned, I'm talking about things like toothbrushes, toothpaste, mouthwash, soap, with someone coming directly out of incarceration, they may not have those items. So we like to give them something to at least help get them through the first couple of days. This falls right into the next line item of emergency shelter. We do work with our funded partners to connect them to temporary and long-term shelter. However, depending on the time of the day or maybe even the time of the year or the month that they are coming out, we may not have a place for them to go immediately. So we may need to put them up in a hotel or somewhere safe. Of course, we reach out to shelters to see if they can go there, but depending on what they were incarcerated for, it may not be as easy to place them in that shelter. So we do like to give, so this line item would be for the cost of a hotel room for a night or two until we can work with our funded partners to get them more permanent housing and shelter. And then the grocery items tie right into that. Same thing, coming right out, if we can't place them somewhere right away, they need something to eat, a sandwich, some water, something. So we would like to be able to provide them with some small grocery items to tide them over. And then the next one is the Violence Prevention Fund. As previously stated at the beginning, our previous had grant funding to supplement many of the operating costs of our office. We no longer have that funding. We have sought to be able to apply for different funding to cover this, but have not been successful with finding any of that funding yet. So this funding would allow us to evaluate our impact. It would assist our partners and engage the community more in a more poignant manner so that we can be successful in reducing the amount of gun violence in our city to provide more services and support to those that have been impacted by this violence. So this also is a big portion of our budget that we are truly, truly in need of. And it really is final. The last one is our personnel services. So 3 staff positions were eliminated from our budget. As I previously stated, we have vacancies for our commissioner, our executive assistant 2, and a government services analyst, which is over our data. We also were budgeting for 2 additional client service coordinator ones, one for reentry, one for youth diversion, to help with the growing numbers of cases that we have to manage, and a data analyst. We are really hoping to have the client service coordinators reconsidered because we have some new programs coming down the pipe over in the jail and things like that, that we really need that support. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that presentation. With that, I'll go in order of seniority, starting with Alderwoman Sanye.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I always start with thank you. So thank you for your work for our city.
Thank you.
I know right now is a very difficult time with Office of Violence Prevention, that funds are being cut federally. I think it's quite evil that people who, want to call people thugs and talk about crime all the time would cut things that prevent crime. And I recently actually had an opportunity to visit with Mission St. Louis and some other organizations, the work that they do in real time. And so I would actually say, that's my first note for you. To me, your budget looks like one of the most cuts that I've seen of any department. And I think just being honest about the fact that the city has a lot of hard decisions in front of us, I think that's very likely. And so I would encourage you, just like I encourage those folks at Mission St. Louis, those 70 organizations that you have at the table, invite them to come, invite, mothers who've been impacted, invite children, invite people who have received the services or funding through the Office of Violence Prevention to come to our public hearing. We have one this Saturday at the Thomas Dunn Learning Center at 10 a.m. to talk about their work and, what they're doing. And I would encourage that just more so even throughout our legislative season, once we're past budget, coming to public safety. I think part of the problem is it could be very easy to be in our seats and I see all of the work and I see the direct impact that you all are having. And I just I would caution all of us to make sure that you're making your work as seen and publicly known as possible and telling those stories. As the city will have to make some hard decisions and there will be cuts, I think that will be one of the most important things to making sure that they're as minimal as they can be and that there is an understanding when we're doing cuts of the impact that those will have.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Getting into the specifics of your budget, you did explain some of the questions that I had, and I appreciate you specifically outlining some of the things that were cut. I did notice that there was a line item under rental and non-capital leases for $15,000 where there was a request for funds. It looks like maybe for computer rental and leases, but it wasn't included in the proposed budget. So I was just curious about what those was. And if you're curious about what I'm specifically talking about, it's in the section right under materials and supplies. It looks like you asked for about $10,000 for computer supplies and were awarded the full amount, but I saw like the rental and non-capital lease line was not there.
Okay, yeah. So the computer supplies line is for, we've gotten some new computers we have some new computers coming. So we need some supplies, software, things like that. And I will say, this is my first time doing the budget for the Office of Violence Prevention, and I'm fairly new to the city, so I may have some things in the wrong line item. But the computers, that's what the computer supplies was for. The other is for our copier lease that we currently have. We pay a monthly rate on that plus a click charge on that. So that is what those were for, those line items.
Okay, and then I know you kind of talked about a lot of your reductions. So I was trying to do a little tally of all your cuts and things. Just being realistic, everything here is not going to be able to be restored. Do you have priorities of things? I can tell you what I like and what seems to be, obviously, I think copying is a basic function of the office. So I think that's pretty essential, but I would be curious, again, even like the travel out of town line item budget. I understand that because I know people who do that work and that there's a lot of national convenings where people all across the country are starting to really take violence prevention seriously, come together and talk about it. I know that, but I don't know that people in the space or in our seats will know that. So can you speak a little bit about maybe what the value of those conferences are, what the impacts are? And I know Director Pickney is not here, but I know he was actually nationally known for some of that work.
Absolutely. So first off, I'll say proudly that the National Office of Violence Prevention Network Conference is going to be held here in St. Louis in September. So we are the host city for that. So that is one of the organizations that we are highly involved in, along with the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform. So both of those and Cities United, all three of those organizations have national conferences, regional conferences. The regional conferences are really, really helpful for us because we're talking about kind of apples to apples because we're talking about people in the Midwest. Midwest doesn't necessarily have the same issues as East Coast or West Coast. So we are able to network with our partners that are kind of feeling our same pain or going through some of the same issues that we are having. Additionally, since the office has been around for 2 years, going on 3 years now, we're doing some really good work, and we want to start telling the story of what's really good happening here in St. Louis with the Office of Violence Prevention. So some of our staff are wanting to begin to present at some of these conferences to carry along some of our contracted partners so that we can talk about this work. Additionally, going to conferences is just good to hear what other people are doing and to network with other people. Do you want me to answer the question about what do I feel is the priority?
And obviously, I'm also looking at this professional service reduction that's quite significant of $687,000, but definitely as a direct, definitely curious what you specifically think, but that does jump out to me.
That's our programming. That's our meat and potatoes. So if we have that big of a cut in that line item, that means we're going to have to either not fund some organizations forward or cut their funding substantially. The bulk of that funding is for our street interrupters, our street outreach people that are out there really trying to stop this crime from happening before it happens. So yes, that would definitely be my number one, saying that the professional services line.
And do you know if that line item, was it previously funded by like ARPA funds or federal dollars, or do you know the reason it might have been cut so significantly?
No, I don't. That's the one that it was split between cost centers. And it was split between two cost centers, and so we were combining that. So we're really not sure why. Brett is our public information officer.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Brett Delaria. I am the Public Information Officer for the Office of Violence Prevention. So that direct question, that professional service funding, that is money that's coming directly out of general revenue that are funding these programs from the start. So there was ARPA money that was awarded to other contractors, but in the development of the budget for these specific key services, specifically the street outreach and our crisis response, those were funded general revenue because of the importance for their long-lasting viability overall.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll just let you take it from there about anything else that you think, to me, like I said, professional services, jumps out.
Yeah.
So, but anything else that you think is?
Yes, the line item with the food for our kickbacks. That's how we draw people in. We know that we are in neighborhoods with, that have food deserts. We're in these neighborhoods where some of the kids and the families may not have food to eat. And so that is a way that we are giving back to the community by helping to feed them at least one good meal, while they're also coming to learn about the resources that we have available for them. So that would be my other line item that is really key. Obviously, the advertising is something that we have to have if we're going to put out RFPs. And then that line item that was the conglomeration with the emergency shelter, the personal care items, and the groceries. Those would be my top three.
I guess my last question is, do you have and I was asking Mission St. Louis this, and it might be something for your contracting partners, but do you have any data on how many times intervention has happened, how many folks you've helped to get resettled, how many, I'm just very curious if this budget goes through as it is and some of your contracts are cut, in order to help us understand how this is impacting crime and safety, which is always a top concern in real time. I think some of that data would be beneficial.
We absolutely have that data. Each of our funded partners they submit data to us on a monthly basis. One of the positions that's vacant that we are in the process of hiring for is for our data person, basically, that takes all that data, cleanses it, synthesizes it along with the real-time crime data and the police department data, crime, all of that. So yes, we have any data that you might want.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Browning?
Thank you. I appreciate the thoroughness of your presentation. I think you're very clear about the costs that are being cut and what you need to get the job done. So I don't have any questions. I just want to express my support for what you do. I too had the opportunity to visit Mission St. Louis and talk with them about how they do this work and recognize the importance in the community. It certainly makes you wonder what the picture would look like if we didn't have this.
Absolutely.
And while we see decreasing homicide rates, which is a wonderful thing, the last thing we want to see is that trend reverse. And so I, again, appreciate you being here today. Don't have any questions, but thank you for your work.
I appreciate that.
Alderman Velasquez?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here. And colleagues, and just thank you for all the hard work you're doing and will continue to do, especially in an environment where we need it most and things are, increasingly getting more challenging. And I apologize, I may have missed this, but does the Office of Violence Prevention plan to hire a new commissioner?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a currently open position.
And then you may have already talked about this. None of the budget is federally funded, correct?
None of it.
And then are there staff are there grants for some of those other, I'm sure it's getting increasingly competitive with all the federal cuts, but for things like food or for some of the things that are obviously important, to the process, but may seem less important to the line items. Are there grants available that you all are looking at?
We are in the process of seeking, researching grant opportunities that we will be grant writing for. Excuse me. However, when those might come to fruition, at this point in time, if we start to write a grant now, it may be funded until the end of the year or maybe even the beginning of the year. But the short answer is yes.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate my colleague from the 7th asking you about, kind of your priorities on what we can, seek to restore if we can restore things. Is there a way that we can, at the board, support you with some of the grant, applications, or the city can, and just,
If you hear of any grant that you think would be good for us, please send it our way. We'll vet it, and I am a grant writer, so I'll be happy to write it.
Okay, great. And then in the public safety department, because it doesn't look like you obviously are a grant writer. You just said it. There's not a dedicated grant writer in the public safety department. Is there anywhere?
That I don't know. I don't think so.
Not that we want to give you like more than one
We're all
job.
saying no, so I
Okay.
don't think so.
Okay, well, that's all the questions I have. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Alderman Devotie?
Ms. Davis, good morning.
Good morning.
First, thank you for the presentation. I think of all the presentations I've heard over the last week and a half. I've got to say, I think I learned more listening to you this morning. And so it is very, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I know that I did not have an understanding of what your office did before you walked in the door this morning. So, again, much appreciated. I just want to ask a question to make sure I'm following the math. So if you would bear with me just for a moment. As I look at the budget, and there's been quite a bit of talk about professional service cut. I see a budget request of $5.6 million, a budget proposal of $6.5 million. When I add that up, it looks like you're on the plus side by about $850,000. But I guess what I'm not following, in past years, if we flipped the page, your office has received grants totaling about $1.5 million.
Yes.
So let me start again. From a math perspective, the request was 5.6. In past years, you've received 1.5, which would total $7.1 million. We've got an increase with respect to the budget, but in actual dollars because of the loss of a grant, that's why you're telling us about a $600,000 deficit. Am I following the math?
I was prepared for this. So, as I said, so you're right. In the cost center 1110, we did request $5.6 million. In that other cost center 1111, there was that 1.5. At the time that this budget request was done, I was not able to enter that. I was not aware, actually, of that 1.5. So it did not make it into that line with the 5.6. So when you add the two, you do get a little over 7 million. And our original, so that's where I'm saying you get the deficit of the 687. Because when you look on here, it does look like we've been given more because of the 5.6 to the 6.5, but that doesn't take into consideration the 1.5 from the other.
And you're telling us today that you do not anticipate receiving that 1.5 from the sources that you've received in the past.
No.
I did a better job of following than I thought.
You did a good
Excellent.
job.
Good, good. Again, from an educational standpoint, you talked to us about your funded partners.
Yes.
I think the discussion was with respect to the food for human consumption, that particular program along with the kickback program.
Mm-hmm.
For my education, can you tell me about those funded partners?
Yeah. So our funded partners span a variety of of sectors and services. So I'll tell you a little bit about, for instance, BHR does some crisis response. We've engaged through 911 diversion a little over 1,300 calls in 2024. CREW, which has the cops and the clinician, together engaged a little, almost 5,000 individuals. And CERT was 152. Also, like Show Me Peace, you've heard them speak about mission. They are the outreach, and they're actually very trusted messengers that show up, and they try to reduce these shootings and retaliatory shootings because they understand the streets. And so they have gained the trust of the organization, the loosely used organizations on the street, to help to prevent some of that. Those targeted areas where Show Me Peace, Mission St. Louis is housed, homicides have actually gone down 40%. 50% in those catchment areas, but 40% in other zones where they are not focused in. Some of our other partners include hospital-based services with SSM and Washington University Life Outside of Violence. We have some substance abuse and recovery grantees. The BRIC, which is a bullet care center. So our grantees or funded partners span a variety, they're all over. And that's what we're saying, it helps to create that ecosystem for CVI, because it really does, we have to work across all sectors, and that's what we're calling our public health approach.
With respect to your mission,
Yes.
when I look at some of these categories, talking about 8,000 here, 3,500 there. I know you told us, you described for Alderwoman Sanier the prioritization of those kind of items. I assume what you don't want to do is cut back. If we needed to, you don't want us to cut back the violence prevention programming aspect, because that's the core of your mission.
That is the core of our mission.
Is that right?
That is, however, the mental health piece is also core to our mission, because you have to think about a crime was committed to a person. So now we have a victim, and that victim has been traumatized. So now that victim needs some care and services to go on being a productive member. Also, those that have come out of incarceration, they need some services because we don't want them to go back to that life. So that's kind of how we look at this holistically. We look at it as a perpetrator and a victim, and trying to stop the perpetrators, but also serve the victim.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for being here. The benefit sometimes of being the last to speak is I have amazing committee members who ask amazing questions and get deep into it. I do just got one question. The 1111 budgeted special fund. Could you explain? I should have asked Mr. Coleman. He's our whiz genius with all the funds in this at the Board of Aldermen. So glad to have him. Could you explain that? So I see we put money towards it last year and not this year. Was that like the ARPA funds?
To be honest, I was just told that we no longer use that cost center anymore.
Okay.
That 1111. That for the Office of Violence Prevention, we were only using cost center 1110. Yeah, the ARPA funds are not included in the budget. No.
Okay. Does that 1111 sound about right, Jim? Could you come on?
Yeah.
Just for my education and for the committee, I know sometimes we have the use tax and general fund and then these other funds, and the 1111 is,
Sure. Jim Benoist, Deputy Budget Director. I don't know the revenue source for the 1111. It's not ARPA. ARPA is going to be in Fund 1509.
okay.
So, however, I do know the 1.5 million, I think it might be a little bit over for professional services. That made up, if you look at FY25's budget, and then you look at what's in the proposed version for FY26, it's about 6.5 million when you add those two together.
Okay, I'm looking at that fund. Well, maybe I guess it's not in that fund, and we can figure it out later.
And
but-
I can get you the revenues.
Okay, so it was just moved to another spot. It looks like that maybe
Yes.
1.6 was moved to,
Yes. So if you look at the FY25 budget, adopt it in the use tax for professional services, it's about 4.9 million, little bit over.
okay.
And then if you look at the FY26 proposed, it's 6.5 even. And that's because that money, the 1111 money we are using professional services, we actually picked up and put on the use tax.
Okay,
1110.
I'm looking at the professional service for the use tax, and it looked like
Yes.
it's about 5,000.
In the proposed version? The
Yeah,
proposed should be
in the
6.5.
requested version, but the actual adopted one, it looked like it's 0, and I could be,
In FY25.
no, you're right, I was looking at advertising. So yeah, about 6.5.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense, so it's
Yeah,
just,
so we just, and Mr. Chairman, once I get back up to the office, I'll figure out what the revenue source was for that 1111. But
okay, that'd be
do-
helpful, just
we rolled
as
it
I
over.
learn the different fund accounts to know, but I get now where the money was kind of moved forward.
Absolutely.
Okay. That is all I have for you, Jim. You are the bestest, and commissioner or director, sometimes I get confused. The way we do our titles in the city's crazy, but we have one more question from Alderwoman Sanye.
Okay.
Okay, I'm asking this question that I just got, but I don't think it's a question. Could you talk about Office of Violence Prevention efforts in the county? Do they have this in their budget? Do they have any of these services? What does that look like?
I'm going to let Brett.
Hi, Brett Delaire again, Public Information Officer for Prevention. The county has established an Office of Violence Reduction. It is fairly new. They do have a director, Tom Reese, who's been there for about a year now. They are gearing up, so the funding in that aspect, I can't speak to what they've allocated yet, but they've begun to work with like Mission St. Louis to be able to identify what does street outreach look like in the county. To be able to identify those key players. The other piece too is that they are participating in the Save Lives Now initiative, which is the regional initiative of St. Louis County, St. Clair County, and St. Louis City to reduce homicides and shootings by 20%. They've been utilizing what we have done in the city as their roadmap into what they want to build out. So Tom has been very engaged with Director Pinckney when he was here, as well as with our office now, to understand the ecosystem that they recreated. We really are the model in which that the whole region is looking to build off. So they're relatively new. I don't know their recent budget conversations. I do know that they do have him, and he's beginning to gear up in terms of what the programming looks like for the county.
Can county residents get services from our Office of Violence
So
Prevention?
currently, no. We are funded by city taxpayer dollars. We only service city residents.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that looks like all that we have for you today. Is it director or commissioner? So,
I'm grants manager.
Grants, man. Oh, yeah, that's why Alderman asked if we're going to eventually hire a
Yeah.
commissioner. Well, thank you, and thank the team. I also just want to acknowledge behind you, we have Mr. Jonathan Strong. Just know he hasn't got up to the mic, but want to introduce him as well. Know he's in the office and done great work, and glad to see that he's around still in the city of St. Louis. So thank you all for the work that you guys are doing in that office. Thank you. Well, with that, I will take a motion that we go into recess until 11 o'clock until we hear from the Circuit Court's office.
So moved.
Moved by the Alderwoman from the 7th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 6th, that we go into recess to 11 o'clock. All right, we are resuming from our recess to hear today from the Circuit Court. And just a fun fact that I learned from our friends from the Circuit Court, so glad to have them. I think it's a critical conversation also to figure out how we can support our courts. I know the judge will be coming up to present the budget, but fun fact, we haven't from this committee actually heard from the court since 2018. So just glad that we are changing course a little bit and making sure that we hear from very important departments and all departments so that this budget committee can figure out how we could be a support. So with that, whoever is presenting, please come on up, state your name, make sure that the microphone is green on so that we can hear you. If you also want to introduce the amazing people that are with you, please do, and feel free to just proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
You are green, you're good to go.
I rarely need a microphone, but thanks nonetheless. I'm Judge Chris McGraw. I'm the presiding judge of the 22nd Judicial Circuit. With me this morning is Amanda Zadomko. She's our court administrator. J.C. Whelan is our assistant court administrator and our chief juvenile officer. And then Sean Rapp, our public administrator. Amanda will give you more details as to our budgeting process, as she is the court administrator, has been with the budget process from the very get-go, not only this year, but in years past, so she can give you much more in-depth information, and particularly she's going to want to discuss with you sort of the drivers of why the fiscal year 26 budget is slightly higher than the fiscal year 25 budget. I thought it would be prudent for us to present, or for me to present to you, sort of an overall view of the court departments. I'm sure you're probably already aware, there are 3 court buildings. There's the civil courthouse building all across the street from us on, which is now the Clyde Cahill Courthouse. It is on the northeast corner of Tucker and Market. The Carnahan building, which is on the southeast corner, is the 2 city court houses that are right across the street from us, and the juvenile court, which is down on Enright. As far as our court budgets are concerned, there's 77 employee positions in the circuit court, and there's 240 employees in our juvenile court as it's reflected in our budgets. The circuit court, as Mr. Devote probably knows, is devoted to hearing civil matters over $25,000 and adjudicating felonies. We also, as part of our civil circuit division, have a equity division, which encompasses 2 judges. There are 25 circuit judges, 6 associate circuit judges, and 5 commissioners. The family court divisions handle dissolution, custody case orders, orders of protection, adult abuse orders. We have 2 circuit judges that are assigned to our family court division, as well as an associate circuit court, as well as a commissioner to our family court. Our associate circuit division, there are 6 associate circuit judges. The civil, there are 2.5 judges that are assigned to our associate civil divisions. Those judges handle associate matters under $25,000, small claims, collection actions, landlord-tenant, small claims, as well as misdemeanor and bond or criminal divisions. There are 2 associate divisions handle all preliminary proceedings of felonies such as arraignments, detention or bond hearings, and there's again 2.5 of those. And why there's a half is we have combined our jury division for the associate court for civil and criminal. So that's Division 2429. We also have a juvenile division which handles child protection cases when youths are removed from their homes and placed in foster care. delinquency cases, both formally and informally. We offer in the juvenile court diversion services for youth and families. Our juvenile detention center is a temporary hold youth alleged to have committed law violations. The average detention population is between 30 and 60 youths. This is sort of would be a significant item that Amanda will talk with you about. The legislature has increased the age for juvenile detention to 18. That has actually grown our population in our juvenile system, and actually has sort of invited a more mature and violent offenders into those, which has been a main driver in our juvenile programs. Of course, there's a probate court, which I am the official probate judge, but I do very little probate. We have 2 commissioners that are appointed for the probate division, but the probate division administers decedents cases and general supervisory jurisdiction over estates of minors and those adults whom the court has found disabled or incapacitated. We also have a really sort of an outstanding treatment court system. We have an adult, veterans, and a family treatment courts that are specialized dockets designed to offer substance abuse treatment combined with supervision and judicial oversight to equip participants with the tools necessary to obtain sustained recovery. The service available to the adults in the criminal justice system, there are also services for parents with addiction issues and veterans that are facing criminal charges. Our clerk's office estimates that we take in about 40,000 new civil and criminal cases each year. Obviously, they also maintain oral court records. This has become since the state has moved to an automated form, this has really become a significant undertaking to maintain those records. It's generally the first stop for citizens filing lawsuits, obtaining copies of court files, paying fees, checking docket entries. We're also on the front lines of the court technology and automation of the court system, which always the Office of State Court Administrator always seems to move the goalposts as it relates to our docketing system, which requires us to update our systems on a sort of constant. But that electronic docketing storage has created a paperless case management, electronic filing. The other really sort of sterling item in our court system, or what I think is our pretrial services. Once they closed the workhouse, it caused an overcrowding in our city jail. That combined with the changing of the pretrial detention rules by the Missouri Supreme Court, which was sort of the default system, was that we were to entertain more people being out on bond and sort of abolishing the cash bond system. We developed this pretrial service office, which provides the court with thorough and accurate objective information upon which to base bond and sentencing decisions. This service offers offers those that participate in the pretrial detention system access to community resources during the pretrial release, while prioritizing the safety and well-being of victims in the community. It's a very difficult position to be in when you're the judge, when you're determining whether someone should be out on bond. You have the community as a whole safety to take into account, but it may be in particular victims to take into account. Why I mention this is that this is, again, a significant driver in the increase in our budget and how we're dealing with the new court rules, as well as how we deal with sort of the overcrowding in the jail and getting people out. But then while they're out, this pretrial office offers services to these individuals that help the judge in sort of adjudicating cases where we're not necessarily sending people to the Department of Corrections, that we can re-engage them in our community. And this pretrial office really does a significant value in that regard. We also have Department 318, which is the public administrator. I'm going to, in a minute, I'm going to ask Sean Rapp to come up and discuss a little bit about the Public Administrator's Office and his budget. I thought it would be prudent also to describe to you actually how we go through our budget process. We, the work done to prepare and approve the budget for Department 311, which is consolidates 310 and 313, 318, 320, which is the juvenile court, and 321 in the treatment court, is that the Budget Committee solicits from the department heads their proposed budgets. Then that Budget Committee, the Judicial Budget Committee, which Judge Katie Fowler is the chair of that committee, convenes a meeting, at least 3 meetings, where they invite the department heads to present their budgets to the court, where the committee then asks questions regarding those particular budget requests. The Judicial Budget Committee then, after those 3 hearings, will vote to approve that budget and submit that budget to the court in bond, which all the judges then will review and be given an opportunity to approve that budget. You will note that the Department 311 Circuit Court budget is at $16,096,320, which is a 9% increase from the fiscal year 25. Department 320, the Juvenile Court, is at $23,601,256, which is a 2.4 increase from the fiscal year 25 budget. And Department 321 Treatment Court is actually at the same level. It's $494,000. The Department 318, which is the Public Administrator budget, is at a 6% increase from fiscal year 25. What I intend to do, unless anyone has any particular questions for me, at this point would like to pass this off to Sean Rapp, the Public Administrator, to describe his department and his budget issues, and then have Ms. Sadamku speak to you about what sort of is the drivers why we have those increases in our budget. So if there's no other questions, I'll pass this off to Mr. Rapp.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Rapp.
And just state your name and last name for the record.
Okay, name is Sean Rapp, R-A-P-P, and currently serving as the Public Administrator for the City of St. Louis. And I was just going to give a general overview of the office and the different functions we do, and then save time for any questions about the specific budget. Most people are not aware of what the Public Administrator's Office does. We're not a widely known office for a couple of reasons. One, most people won't have an occasion to interact with the Public Administrator, and number 2, most of our duties as administrators are with confidential cases, so it's not necessarily public information that everyone would be aware of. But every county in the state of Missouri has a Public Administrator's Office. The City of St. Louis is one of the few jurisdictions in the state where it's not an elected position. It's appointed by the majority of the judges of the circuit court, and candidly, it's not a political office. We serve primarily 5 functions, and those are all derived from appointments by the probate court. Preliminarily, we serve as administrators or executors of decedent's estates when somebody passes away without a will or a family member that's qualified to be appointed as the fiduciary of the estate. Then the court will appoint the Public Administrator's Office. The majority of our caseload, especially within the last 30 years or so, is with public guardianships. We serve as a public guardian for over 550 individuals who've been declared to be legally incapacitated and or disabled by the probate court. And again, these are individuals that don't have a family member that's willing, able, or qualified to serve. We do have approximately 75 letters of conservatorships that are issued to us where we manage the financial estates of these individuals that we're appointed to care for, but majority of our clients are on public benefits and don't have private assets that are managed. We also serve 2 other functions. We serve as a court-appointed conservator for minors' estates, again, when there's not a qualified private individual to serve. And at various times, we can be appointed as a trustee on a trust that no one's willing or able to serve on. Those are the 5 main duties, and those are all derived from letters issued by the probate court. We have no general authority on our own accord. Another unique aspect about the public administrator's office is we're one of the few county offices that are not defined in the general county functions in Missouri Revised Statutes 50 through 70. We're actually created under the probate code, which is chapter 473. Historically, the public administrator's offices throughout the state of Missouri were fee-based offices. They can generate fees based on estates that they serve as a fiduciary on, and they can apply the court to authorize fees. More and more, these guardianships have no estates to charge fees on. The public administrators converted to county-funded offices, and the city was one of the last few in the state to convert theirs. I believe the fiscal year 2017 was the first year that the office was converted from a strictly fee-based office to a county-funded office. We still do generate fees. Those are deposited with the city's treasurer's office, and that helps offset our budget. But our budget is funded by general revenue as well as a special fund that I believe it gets its funding from a percentage of the Prop P sales tax special use fund that's devoted for mental health and social services or social work. We currently have an office manager, 4 deputy public administrators of guardianship, and 1 deputy public administrator of finance, as well as myself. And the majority of our budget is salaries. We have very low overhead, but I guess my biggest takeaway for the committee would be that these are very important functions that we do. It's required by state law that the city provide these. It's a necessary function for our probate court to fulfill its duties. And it's important that we have good people in these positions, because we are literally making decisions on these people's lives as to where they're going to reside. The principle we have to follow is the least restrictive environment. We have to work with their caregivers. We have legal custody, but not physical custody, obviously, of the clients. So we have many, many different types of guardianships. We can get people from the juvenile division that have a developmental disability that are 21 years old and aging out of the system. We may have guardianship of them for the rest of their lives if they're not restored earlier. And we work with agencies, the Department of Mental Health, Department of Social Services, Social Security Office, the Veterans Affairs agencies, and we manage these people's benefits, making sure that they're having as successful and meaningful experiences and quality of lives. And we're very fortunate to have a very good staff, and we appreciate the court's support and the city's support to allow us to do these jobs. And it's a lot of information, but I just appreciate the opportunity to kind of talk about the office, and more than happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Awesome. Appreciate you and appreciate staff, and also the judge, I believe, was probably supportive of changing the court to Cahill Court. I know that was a support of many judges, and it was an honor to work with Judge Mason on that legislation to change it to Cahill Court. But thank the judges for also being willing to do that. So thank you. With that, I will go in. Before we ask questions, since I know it's kind of all one department, I don't know if you guys wanted to maybe touch a little bit on the juvenile. If not, we can just have members ask question on the circuit court budget and the juvenile detention.
So, I mean, we could take it up both at a time.
Okay, well, actually, are folks fine, or how do folks want to do both at a time or just do circuit? Okay, so we'll just do both at a time, and maybe that will be efficient and respect your time and also committee time. But did you want to highlight anything about the juvenile?
Yes.
And if you just state your name and.
Absolutely. My name is Amanda Sodomka, Sodomka. I'm the court administrator for the 22nd Judicial Circuit Court.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I think something is going on with the mics.
Just talk a little bit more into it.
Yeah. Could you spell your name for me again, your last name?
Amanda, and the last name is Sodomka.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to go over some of the just general drivers of any of the increases listed in the budgets, particularly for Department 311 and 320, I can give an overview that answers some of the questions. So in terms of personnel, you'll see, you know, as Judge McGraw pointed out, Department 311 has 77 positions currently. The fiscal year 26 budget proposes 79 positions. That's 2 additional positions. One is a pretrial specialist, and the judge did speak to the importance of the service offered. That office is also a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week office. There's always a staff member available on weekends and overnight to interview defendants in custody ahead of their first hearing before a judge. It also, demonstrates the growth of the program in general and the services that are offered. Our folks do screen pretrial defendants and offer resources to them. The second additional position proposed is a facilities maintenance staff member. As you know, most of the city buildings are historic, but also aging. And this is reflective in just the number of maintenance work order requests that we receive. And this person would be serving all 3 court buildings, which would include Carnahan, Cahill courthouses, as well as the juvenile division. And the juvenile division encompasses the detention center. That is a residential holding facility, secure facility. Since the implementation of Raise the Age for Youth in 2020, a lot of facilities issues, repair work has increased due to, just the increase in population. So in Department 320, it reflects an additional deputy juvenile officer position. This actually reflects a change that was already made in personnel throughout last year. This position is a trainer position. We have about 80 deputy juvenile officers in the family court. And they work with families and youth, both on the child protection kind of side of cases as well as delinquency side. So they do a lot of work in the community. They check on the youth and families, offer services, liaisons to the court, provide information to the judges. And this trainer position was to address the difficulty of hiring and retaining high-quality deputy juvenile officers. I'm sure the committee here has heard from various departments about the job market in general and difficulties hiring in particular positions and retaining. And this was an answer to that. And we have seen since we have created this position and implemented this particular trainer, we have seen a great improvement in retention and information provided to the court and being able to move our family court cases. Also in the personnel section, it includes a salary increase for all court employees at 4.5%. This was approved by the court en banc. This, again, will directly address recruitment and retention, recruitment of new high-quality candidates, as well as retaining our tenured employees who have the institutional knowledge to keep the quality of work high. This increase is also an answer to area salaries. The city of St. Louis funds the court, but in other circuits, it is state funded. And the state has implemented about a 7% increase for court staff within the last year, as well as neighboring circuit courts, particularly St. Louis County, has authorized some positions up to 11% salary increases. So this has become a competitive job market for staff. And I also want to mention, and this is not reflective in the budgets that you have received, that the state does submit a reimbursement directly to the city of St. Louis for juvenile court salaries. And post Raise the Age, the legislation authorized an increased amount. So every July, the city is directly given about $4.3 million to reimburse juvenile. So in terms of operational budget, you might notice an increase in electronic monitoring. Can you hear that? Okay. In Department 311. As Judge McGraw pointed out, the Associate Circuit Courts and Circuit Courts review pretrial defendants making decisions whether to release or detain. And a lot of times it is conditioned upon some kind of supervision or monitoring. So we do offer a monitoring program if fees are waived, which is about 85% of the time, to defendants that cannot afford electronic monitoring on their own. This allows them to be released with the appropriate level of monitoring. And we have been seeing an increased cost over the last several years since instituting, or expanding the pretrial program. So you'll see in the budget, it is listed at about a little over $1 million, 20% increase from last year, but it is reflective of the need that we've seen in the court. We are exploring potential alternatives, like less costly electronic monitoring options for the next year. So we're hoping that this is perhaps a peak in that cost. And then in that kind of same vein, we are requesting a level request for pretrial programming services, which is described. This is for offering referrals to services. We contract with service providers to offer housing, employment assistance, job training, case management services for pretrial defendants on release. So this would maintain that level of funding. It was funded by a grant, a federal grant, but that had expired. In terms of common expenses for all 3 court buildings, the circuit court does contract for particular services that service all 3 buildings that include and do house departments, city departments that are not under the court. So for instance, we hold the cleaning janitorial services contract for all 3 buildings, as well as elevator service contracts and contract maintenance services. And so the budget does reflect an approximately 3 to 5% increase to those anticipated contracts. In Department 320, the juvenile budget, again, contract services are generally have increased. For instance, the contracted food services at detention, that is directly related to cost of food, that those prices increasing, as well as the increased population that we have experienced. Contracted medical services, we obviously are required to provide medical, and we do provide psychological services to all the youth in detention, and that is increased due to the increased detention population. And then as well as contracted security, the cost of interpreters, we're required to provide interpreters, and competency experts and evaluations. Those are required for youth who need to be evaluated to see if they're competent to stand trial. And I will say a couple of these funds, particularly medical services and competency evaluation, those are supplemented with other funds, either grant funds or some other service fund that is from some other revenue. So that maybe I answered some of your questions. in that portion. But I'm happy to take, or we're all happy to take any questions from the.
Thank you so much. And with that, I will start in line of seniority, starting with Alderwoman Sanier.
Thank you all for being here today. I wrote my questions by department, so I'll start with the circuit court, and I thought that it would be two different sections as they are in our budget, so they may be a little while, but yeah.
No, that's fine.
My first question was about the communication capital asset budget. It looks like there's an ask for $150,000 in the fiscal year 26 budget, and I was just wanting to know more about this project. I noticed that it received $25,000 in the fiscal year 25 for the same line item. In this increase, and this is for the circuit court, so.
Yes, so that is some of the costs associated with the courtroom modernization project, which we have already initiated with capital funds. The project is to upgrade the audio, and the goal is for all 31 courtrooms to have upgraded audio capabilities, as well as adding visual presentation capabilities in each of the courtrooms. Of course, we're starting small with a handful of courtrooms, but this would be to supplement that project. Any unforeseen work or repair work from that project. The goal of the modernization is to support other litigants, pro se litigants, who may not be able to afford the kind of technology to present their case in court, as well as improving audio and visual for juries. We have a number of jury trials every year, and the audio quality and the ability to present visual evidence like video, photographs, those kind of things, we just don't have because we have such a, the older building.
And forgive me if I'm remembering incorrectly, but didn't the city give money to you all before to help with like video court appearances? Like I think we gave some ARPA funds to you all to help with that.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just want to, I've been invested in this court modernization program. That aspect of sort of the remote hearing was sort of a byproduct of the COVID epidemic, where we couldn't actually have individuals in court, and a lot of that was to build up our capacity to have court appearances remotely. This project that we're, as probably Mr. Devotie could speak to, we are in sort of a 19th century, early 20th century ability in the ability to present cases in our courts. Usually, only the wealthy litigants can bring in their own technology for these court systems to present their cases. This actually was brought up by Mr. Gore initially as one of the things that he was a driver about, because, and he placed it right in the direction of public safety, is that being able to, for the circuit attorney's office to present their case, not only only in the manner to present it to a jury, but present in public. Everything that happens in court is a matter of public. And for the actual people that sit in the gallery to actually see and hear what's going on is, so one of the things that I'm hoping I can finish my term out in the, which is next year I'll finish my term out as presiding judge, is to modernize all of our courts. We're soliciting not only from the city, but actually from the state funds because this is, as you can imagine, a overwhelming project to try to modernize courts, the presentation of evidence, because it's not only the equipment that's needed, but the whole infrastructure has to change. In my past courtroom, Division 19 in the Carnahan, it only had 2 outlets. Well, that building was finished in 1935, and so they had no idea of the need. Only had 2 outlets on either side of the courtroom.
Yeah.
And so we have to not only change the electric service for these buildings, but also the ability to support all this technology.
Thank you. And Judge McGraw, a little bit off the record, I have to let you know, make sure you tell your wife that I'm a big fan of hers.
Oh,
I love
that's nice
Sue
of you.
McGraw. I love the work that she does.
Everybody's a big
clinic.
fan of hers.
I got to work
you know.
on a bill with her to make sure that our attorneys can get into our facilities. Make sure you tell her that the Alderwoman of the 7th is a huge fan of her work. I'm going to just add me to the pack.
It's very kind of you. I should introduce myself as the presiding judge of the 22nd Judicial Circuit and husband of Sue McGraw.
Agreed. And so this communication capital asset line, do you envision that this will be a one-time expense for you to get this equipment outside of like some maintenance? Just like is this $150,000 for you to make these purchases, and after that it'll be much smaller because you just need to maintain the technology?
I think that probably the budgeting item going forward, and I'll let Amanda, I think the budget item going forward, hopefully, depending on our avenues of this project is sort of in many directions. We're trying to seek funding from many directions, even from the bar. We're trying to get money from the Bar Association and all the legal associations as well. So, we know this is quite an undertaking, but I think the budget items going forward, if we can get the funding requests through our other sources, this will be more of a monitoring or contracting to keep things kind of up to date. And one thing that's been contemplated is that maybe we're going to hire someone just to be the courtroom technology person that will run from courtroom to courtroom to fix those. So that might be I don't want to mislead you, that might be an item going forward that we might need to add a position to.
But I'm understanding correctly that the $150,000 for community capital asset are funding that you want to use to help the circuit court be able to have telecommunications for all of the folks going through that court.
Well, it is to support all that technology.
Okay. My next question is about for the $13 million for facility and ground services for fiscal year 26. It looks like you've received, it's proposed at 2.3 million, but you actually asked for 13 million. Can you tell us more about what you envision for that? What is the impact of that?
Sure. So actually, well, we asked for a number of capital requests when we submitted the budget, 16 in total across Department 311 and 320. And those range from, HVAC system, roof replacement, those kind of things. So when we initially submitted the budget to the budget division, our budget included all 16 of those projects. So since between that time and now, we have worked really closely with the budget division and the capital committee, and we were able to get commitment for funding for some of the projects in capital and then others in a special fund. So that's why you see that it was requested at 13 million, but because we found alternative funding, we're requesting the 2.3.
Okay. For professional services, that line item increased from, it looks like $563,651 in fiscal year 25 to $858,314. It's about $300,000 difference. So I'm just curious about what kind of professional services are covered under this line item. What will that increase in budgeting cover? What do you envision with that?
Yeah, so I spoke about that a few minutes ago, that's pretrial services. Those are the contracts with vendors to provide case management services, housing referrals, that community type work with pretrial defendants who are on release.
And it falls under professional services because you guys have case managers or something on staff that will be helping?
Well, so our pretrial specialists do like minimal case management work, but the bulk of the case management work is contracted out. So that professional services, it represents the contracted, cost of contracting those services out.
Okay. And do you know what organizations typically get those contracts to provide that case management?
Yes, so we, post and advertise the RFP. I think we did it last year. We have 5 organizations that we work with and contract with. That's Places for People, Mission St. Louis, St. Patrick's Center, Keyway, and there's a 5th one.
Okay, I think I get the line.
Okay,
that's
that's
okay.
the-
Thank you. I'm familiar with those. For legal services, and this might be some of my own, just still learning to go through our budget and go through the processes. But there's a line item that is about a $60,000 difference last year, about a $905,000 this fiscal year, $965,000. Can you just explain to us what this line item covers and who those legal services are for?
Absolutely. So we had to add a contract for guardian litem legal services in order protection cases. We are obligated to appoint GAL for any order protection case that involves a child. In the past, we have gotten those services cost-free because it was organization was grant funded for that. But the grant ended at the end of December, and so the court has had to take that cost on to continue with that obligation.
All right. My final line of question is about there's an increased line item of $350,000 for the electronic monitoring program. This line item is, I just want to be clear, is this line item in reference to the ankle monitor bracelets?
Yes, that's the electronic monitoring program.
So in consideration of some recent media coverage about the problems with the use of the ankle bracelets and kind of the unintended consequences of the use of them, there was an article in the New York Times where they were talking about just sort of the issues there, and specifically that about 3/4 of the people monitored in St. Louis in the first half of 2024, including a small number ordered to download monitoring apps, were charged with misdemeanors or lower level felonies, and that an issue with the monitoring, I think specifically in the article, there was Matthew Mahaffey, who's the city's head public defender, that said that devices have occasionally malfunctioned, provided inaccurate readings, including people getting violated when the ankle monitor battery dies. And so I just wanted to get an understanding, and it's, I know this must be something Judge McCraw is familiar with, that previously persons with these kind of charges would generally they were getting like cash bail, and it looks like we're switching to the ankle monitors. But I think it is important, since there's a line item request, to speak to, those cases where I saw a story where it said a woman was going to Family Dollar to get some diapers for her kid, but the monitor died, and so she ended up getting a charge. And so I just want to talk more about that specific line item in that program.
Sure. Yeah, do you want to do that?
Yes, of course, you have to take into account that this electronic monitoring system is all new to us as well. And it was really sort of the only option in many instances on as sort of what a monitoring service how it could function in a pretrial detention. Typically, low-level felonies and misdemeanors aren't put on electronic monitoring systems. Only those that have an actual victim. So even a violation of a protective order might be a misdemeanor, but there's an individual on the other end of that that wants us to be able to monitor that individual. And so there are instances where there might be a low level, like for example, unlawful use of a weapon charge can be a C or D felony. We're often seeing those with young males, or a resisting arrest could be a low-level felony. We could see young males that we're concerned that are out at night. And so one of the ways we can deal with that is put them on house arrest and know where they're going to be at night, particularly because it seems like where they get in the most trouble is at night or in the early morning hours. So the electronic monitoring system for those low-level felonies seem to work well in order to make sure we're keeping those individuals out of the sort of
So are you saying that the
circumstances.
court is mainly using these ankle monitors now for people who are on home arrest?
I'm sorry?
Are you saying that they're mainly for individuals who
It can be
arrest?
for home arrest. It could be for exclusionary zones. Like, for example, on our order of protection, we say you can't go into this area, and it's a way to monitor that. As to your question as to whether the technological problems that occur that end up in violations, that's the one item in our budget, which was one of the drivers of pretrial office. There's always a buffer between the monitoring system and the court, where the pretrial officer can say, Judge, this was a faulty monitor, or this was, he lost his ability to recharge his monitor, and so we need to get a new recharging system for him. And we have that sort of contact through our pretrial office that can advise us. So very rarely is anyone reincarcerated based on those sort of what I consider technical violations, that their monitoring system fell out or stopped working or wasn't charged or those kind of things. Usually the violations that require reincarceration is if they go someplace where they've been excluded from, or they are on a curfew where they're not allowed to be out at a certain time, that they are then in fact on. And in those instances, the judges bring those individuals in and say, explain to us why you're where you're not supposed to be, or why you're not. So that's where this monitoring system can go. As Amanda pointed out, we are trying to look at other sorts of electronic monitoring through phones, actually, that can hopefully is going to reduce the cost of that. But I would hope you would take into account that it's as new for us, and we're still learning how to deal with it. And of course, we're trying to balance it with, the safety of the community, and also sort of the success of this person being out on pretrial detention as well. And in both instances, the electronic monitoring service tends to help us in that regard.
I do appreciate the context you provided. Those are the situations you described are not the ones that seem to be the ones that are having the most issues. And maybe more as a question for you as a judge, have you seen a change, either an increase or a decrease in violations for persons who are on ankle monitors when they are on bond versus those who are not?
I tend to see, as we're getting better at it, I'm seeing less violations. Now, violations in and of themselves don't necessarily equate to reincarceration. Violations are just putting us on notice that there's a problem going on here. And then in my experience, it's really sort of up to the judges to say, how do we fix this problem? Whether it's an individual's not being where they're supposed to be, or not following their conditions of bond. I think that.
So you would say you see a decrease in violations?
I don't. Now I'm not in the trial divisions anymore. They got me stuck on the 10th floor of the Cahill building, but so I don't have an active docket anymore. But I had an active docket for the last 6 years and basically through the incarnation of this system, and that's my experience. My experience is that rarely, if ever, is anyone reincarcerated on a technical violation, like their battery went out, or the bigger concern is that they're not where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. For example, if somebody wants to work, has a curfew or is on house arrest, and they say, I want to work, of course we want them to work.
Right.
So we just say, tell us what hours you're working, and we'll make that adjustment in your bond. And again, a lot of that function is through our pretrial office. Our pretrial office is terrific, not only sort of matching up our services of, whether it's St. Patrick's Center, Places with People, Mission STL, all those matching those individual services, but they do act as a active participant that is sort of a bridge or nexus between the individual, even more so than their lawyers, the individual out on bond and the court. And when I was in the trial divisions, I was in constant contact with the pretrial officers to kind of give me updates as to, and if there were problems, how we could fix those problems. The goal is to keep people out. That's the goal. The goal is to get them out, get them into services, and which is going to help us adjudicate the case properly.
And I know you mentioned you're exploring other types of technology options, like with the phone or things, but are you guys also, do probation officers receive any specific training to help them with quality control for, I would imagine if a situation like you described where someone's out and it's a technicality, and knowing that there has been some issues, are probation officers or anyone who would be involved in the process of evaluating those violations getting any quality control type of training?
I don't know what sort of training. I would tell you, we have our pretrial officers are outstanding, and they are in some respects, I think, involved too much in sort of the daily functions of these individuals that are out. But I can't speak to the training they receive. Sarah Phillips, who runs our pretrial office, just does a fantastic job, and I've not heard any complaints from the court as to the service she provides. In fact, we're trying to figure out a way to make sure that she never leaves that position, because the people that she's hired have been exemplary, and that's sort of also speaks to Ms. Demku's request, or what's in our budget, to add another pretrial officer in that, because it is a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour job.
Well, perhaps maybe just as we're going through this process, I think it's our job as kind of legislators to kind of put our ask on the table. So I know you mentioned it's very uncommon, it doesn't happen often, but the readings of what came out, we say it all the time kind of about jail deaths, one is too many. So anything that we could do, especially if we're going to increase and get more of these monitors, there are instances on record where these have not worked. I don't know if that looks like quality control training for probation officers. I don't know if that looks like having a different communication process for, the person who has the ankle when they leave their home, to clarify where they're going and purpose. But whatever we could do to prevent someone having any type of unfair experience or encounter with these monitors, I think is important to think about that, since we're going to expand and potentially get more if the budget is approved.
I understand, but I don't want to make good the enemy of perfect. I mean, we where we've come over the last couple of years, I think we've made great strides in that regard. There's going to be
errors, yeah, and that's what I'm not saying.
And that's just gonna happen. I'd like to think that we have avoided many catastrophes because of these electronic monitoring systems on both sides. That somebody wasn't injured or hurt, or that it didn't occur because we're following up on that. So I think it works in both regards, but. Is it perfect? No.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you. I don't want to make good as enemy of perfect, so I'm not saying we should strike it out the budget and not fund it, but when we find errors, I think we should be aware of them, and we move forward, put things in place so that we can decrease those those errors that are happening. I'm not saying they're even happening often, right? I'm not saying they're happening all the time. I totally get, you can see a fair amount of city programs that the city has tried that have not worked out the best, that we've had to either pause the program or go back and reevaluate. But I just think since this has come to the surface, there should be some diligence done to see what can be done to mitigate it.
Just one comment. So that line item does also, it doesn't just fund the GPS monitoring, it also funds, because we contract out to a monitoring company, and they're the ones that monitor, like on the technology side, if somebody is violating. And they also are providing like check-ins. So we're like, there are cases that we refer to those services that don't involve a GPS monitor. There's also like call check-ins, reminders, those kind of things that are less restrictive.
Thank you. And my last question, which you may not have the answer to, but I was looking through specifically for the electronic monitoring company in the budget, and I found it in this allocation that was paid by the city, and also there are some fees collected from persons who have to wear ankle monitors. Do you know how much money is paid to electronic monitoring companies in total? If you don't have that, you need to follow up. That's fine as well.
I don't have that number offhand. I can give you the contract amount for it. The company is Total Court Services, and we actually do have just advertised for an RFP, and that's under review.
Okay. Chairman, I have questions about other departments, but I want to give my committee members an opportunity to go, so I will yield there. Thank you.
Alderman Devotie, 1 second. When you say other departments, are you talking about the juvenile department?
Yeah.
How many questions do you have?
About 3.
Okay. If you could proceed with that, then we'll go to Alderman Devotie so he can answer, so we can get through both of those. And then I never want to limit them, but we do have Sheriff coming at 1 just to make sure others can be able to ask questions.
Okay, so these are just for juvenile detention services. They are a lot, not as nuanced as the conversation we just had. So for health and safety equipment, that line item decreased from $31,345 in fiscal year 25 to $9,150 in fiscal year 26. And I was just curious, what sort of equipment does this line item cover? And with the increase in staff, do you think that this is an amount that is actually sufficient to provide what you need to, the children and young people going through our juvenile court system? It's page 184 in the line item book, if you guys have a week.
Will you look at that really quick? Go ahead.
So generally, under that line item would be 5237, 5215, if I believe I'm tracking. Those sorts of things are apparel for detention youth, detention staff in uniform, custodial supplies, medical lab supplies, recreational supplies, sports equipment, the BRICS incentive program, holiday special events, detention alternative programs, work crew supplies, children's festivals, body armor vests, security uniforms, detention TV mount replacements, mattress replacements, staff backpacks, and things like that. So one of the things that's really interesting, where we're always working, right, to get that number down to be is financially responsible, as our fiduciary duty as possible. And we, for example, recreational supplies, reading, writing materials, tables, games, books. We're always working with libraries, public programs to get books. I just placed our detention superintendent with a great program that will add more books to our already pretty expansive library. And so those costs can kind of fluctuate in that way with those type of supplies.
And are you saying that those are the types of things that fall under health and safety equipment?
Yes, I mean, if I'm hearing you right, if it's a 5237, yeah. And so, you know, one of the things that would be going up in that would be, I mean, for example, you know, different replacements. We talked about raise the age, right? One of the things with increased in older youth, there's just a ability to do more damage to facilities, right? They're larger juveniles. And so, you know, a lot of times those may increase in cost, but like I said, we're always trying to work with grants, work with alternative funding in order to supplement those types of educational programs, different equipment things. I know that one of our asks in the budget is a re-ask for exercise equipment. Right, we had exercise equipment several years ago that needed to be decommissioned, and that's an ongoing ask that we want the youth to be able to fully engage and be able to exercise, be able to get energy out, be able to. I mean, that's important not just for physical health but mental health, right? You know, we want every service possible, whether it be the actual psychological, but everything we can to help the juveniles in detention.
I don't want to be rude, so I'm sorry that I'm about to cut you off.
Yeah.
Just in the interest, I still have colleagues who want to talk. Do you think that the amount that you've been allocated is sufficient to meet your needs?
Yes.
Okay. And my very last question was, you kind of already talked about it, actually, it was about facility and ground services. You guys received $626,390 in fiscal year 25. But requested about $3.74 million for fiscal year 26 and received $354,840. Is this one of those ones that was with the capital request, and so that's why it's different because you found it from other sources?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. That concludes my questions.
Alderman Devotie?
I know we're short on time, so I'll be as efficient as possible, which sometimes I have a problem doing. First, I would commend you, of course, for the work going on in the buildings. I will say that I tried my first jury case in the Circuit Court building in 1998, and with reference to the technology request, it hasn't changed since 1998. We have nothing more today than we had 26 years ago or 27 years ago. That differs significantly from one county to the west, where in St. Louis County, in every single courtroom, there is a TV similar to what we have on the wall. There is an Elmo, there is video conferencing equipment, and there is sufficient Wi-Fi band to deal with the technology issues that Judge McGraw discussed. So that $150,000 would be, I'm sure, well spent and at least nudge us to 2026. The second comment I want to make, there was some questioning with respect to the efficiency of our courts. One of the things that I learned over the last 4 years acting as a judicial commissioner is the wonderful job that our non-traditional courts do, and I'm thinking of our commissioners that work both in the family center but also our 2 treatment court, whether it's Judge Woodiest or Commissioner Melton, Commissioner Walton. I mean, the work that is done to keep folks out of the traditional criminal justice system is commendable. I would think that from an efficiency standpoint of getting folks in the community, it's certainly a model, I would guess, throughout the state, or at least that's my understanding. With respect to questioning, and I've already talked too long, apologize. I noticed that there is an item with respect to transportation. And just 2 years ago, this current budget year, we're nearly $200,000 more than we're just 2 years ago. And I'm just curious from a transportation standpoint, how are we, where do those funds, where do they go?
Are you speaking to the 5655 account?
Yes.
That one? Yes, so that transportation is funds juror parking, anybody serving on the jury, as well as parking garage lease for employees.
Understood. Okay, that makes sense. And then going back, one of you, I think early on, maybe Amanda, you made mention to request from a facility and grounds standpoint. What are the projects that you're looking at over this next fiscal year on the allocated funds?
Allocated budget funds as
Allocated budget funds, yes.
Okay, not capital, okay.
Just generally speaking.
Sure. I mean, a lot of it's maintenance, general, like fire alarm inspection, any annual elevators. They often break down. We often get leaks or flooding. We actually had flooding that came from the bridge from the jail over into the Carnahan building. So just mitigating repairs and crises and getting back to the normal. That's outside of any capital improvement.
Thank you all for coming.
Alrighty, just in lieu of time, Alderman Sanye, did you have any further questions that wasn't on the list? You sure? Okay. With that, I don't have any additional questions. Again, with being last, they always ask all the questions, and Alderwoman Tanya asked a lengthy list of them, which was helpful to the process. So I have no questions. I do want to, again, appreciate you all for being here and the work that you are doing in the court to try to bring it up to the 21st century is, I think, critical because, as I learned, St. Louis kind of lagged in that and very archaic and finally got rid of using like typewriters over in one of the buildings that you guys are in. And again, just really appreciate the willingness to change that court building to Cahill. If there's no other questions from my colleagues, I was surprised, Alderman Devotee, you didn't have a little bit more. They say you give a alderman and a.
I was being respectful of time.
If you got a few more, I know. I was like, you tempt a lawyer, they'll go. But if you did seriously have,
I anticipated some hearing in front of Judge McGraw. I want to make sure that I don't poke the bear.
Sounds fine, and I won't do it either. Hopefully, I don't appear in any courtroom no time soon if it's this judge or anyone. But seriously, thank you guys for being here. I know it's been a while since 2018. We're trying to break records at this budget committee and do some new things, and I'm sure we'll probably have you back again next session as well. So thank you all for being here.
We'll do better next time.
Oh, I mean, no, you did efficient this time, so I really appreciate you guys for being here. With that, I am going to take a motion that we recess until 1 p.m. where we hear from.
So moved. Second.
From the sheriff's office. It was moved by the alderwoman from the 6th, seconded by the alderwoman from the 7th, that we recess to 1 p.m. The Budget Committee will resume from recess. From our 1 o'clock recess, we will get back into the groove of things. We will start off with the Sheriff's Department, and then after that, hear from the medical examiner. So with that, we will jump right back into things. If whoever is presenting the sheriff's budget wants to come up to the microphone and state their name and state your name and the department. And if you want to introduce the people that are behind you, please feel free. But whenever you're ready, please proceed. Please make sure your mic is on. There's a little button right there. There you go. There you go.
Sheriff Alfred Montgomery. We have Blake Lawrence here, Shoshana Syeth, and Chief Deputy.
When you introduce them, can you just talk to the mic so we can?
And Chief Deputy Sykes is here with us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
All right, Sheriff, you may proceed.
First and foremost, I just want to say good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This is our first year goals. It's 3 basic goals for the City of St. Louis Sheriff's Office this year. That's to fully staff our department, raise minimum deputy salary, and to reform outside services. We have essentially filled every deputy slot in the City of St. Louis Sheriff's Office. This is something that has not been done in the previous administration. We've given every non-clerical deputy making less than $42K per year a pay raise. That's about 30 employees. We are currently reforming our outside service by pairing deputies together in city-owned vehicles and geocoding zip codes by proximity for better safety and efficiency. So we are assigning pairs to north, central, and south zones rather than numerical by zip code, prioritizing service by date and urgency, and tracking service rates electronically. So this is one of the phases that we're doing to bring our sheriff's office up to the 21st century. We have 2 top budget priorities here. Current computers were purchased between 2009 and 2013. The previous administration was not interested in moving to a digital format, but we are moving forward. All sheriff computers will be unsupported October of 2025, as 33 computers are currently out of warranty and region support. For all other computers, Windows support will expire in November of 2025. This impacts all aspects of our operations and can pose a cybersecurity risk to the entire circuit. That quote for replacement is $259,000. Tasers and less lethal force. We have aging tasers and equipment, and this is a huge liability for the City of St. Louis and our sheriff deputies, and I refuse to place deputies in harm's way without the proper equipment. The Missouri law requires at least 1 option for less lethal force when transporting detainees. Yeah, we do carry mace, but mace is not allowed in hospitals and other sensitive areas that we frequent. The department has fewer than 6 operational tasers, and as we looked at it as a temporary solution, we can purchase 15 to 20 used tasers, but that may cost around $30,000. Now, if we take a look into staffing, we have 30 deputies who have their salaries raised to $42,000 a year. Providing raises to underpaid deputies increase our payroll, but not as nearly as much as the previous administration was being paid. We are now less top-heavy under this administration. Our current administrators have taken pay cuts in order to pay those deputies a more livable wage. So if you take a look here at the annualized pay rate from the November of 2024, we had 30 administrators in 2024. We had 128 deputies. For the administrators' payroll, that was $1.9 million. And for the deputies' payroll, that was $5.5 million. Now, if you take a look over at the 2025 of April annualized pay rate, we have 24 administrators, that's $1.7 million, and 135 deputy sheriffs, that's $5.7 million, and that kind of helps out with the operations of the department. Now, let's go over to our previous administration's payout. If you take a look at that graph, our current deficit was largely acquired by the previous administration. The previous administration ran a final payroll 3 days before leaving office. It included $250,000, $250,000 in comp time to outgoing administrators. And we're still have an internal investigation going on with that as well. We have reached out to the state auditor to help us out with that. Vacation and frozen sick time payouts are also being investigated. This is $250,000 roughly of our fiscal year of 2025 projected deficit. Now, we have other challenges as well. I have had to personally, if not myself, my administrators have had to personally walk into courtrooms and reassign deputies to hospital details. This makes the judges unhappy, and it hinders the operations of the courts. Without more resources, we will not be able to continue our hospital detail on these same terms. So the hospital transportation is no longer sustainable. It's not a separate budget line. The CJCC officers must have a gun certification, but they're not being used. CJCC has about $11.5 to $12 million in place specifically for the hospital services. We are currently, the hospital unit is critically understaffed. We are currently having to pull deputies from courts and security to cover the hospital details. We are currently pulling from our overtime fund to incentivize deputies to cover these shifts. So with all due respect, we just ask for support. If you guys have any questions whatsoever regarding the budget, we have Blake here, Blake Lawrence here to help out with those questions regarding operations as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sheriff. I'm actually going to start off because I will be passing it over to the vice chair to continue the rest of the meeting, so just so I can get my questions in. So if I'm looking right, it looked like you requested about $15 million this year, and it looks like probably majority of that was in salaries trying to hire more people, but you was granted about 12. So there is an increase in the budget from the previous year from 11 million to about 12 million. Sounds about correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just a couple line items I got questions on. Before I ask about the money, I want to get to the FTEs. FTEs, for the record, is full-time employees. How many employees right now you got at the sheriff's office? I think you said with the admin it was 24, and then regular employees about 135?
Yes.
So 159 employees? Yes. How did that work if you are only budgeted for, before the new budget cycle, it looks like 149 employees. So you have about 10 more employees than you were budgeted for?
Yes, and Blake can come up and answer that for you as well.
All right, Mr. Blake, if you just state your first and last name and the role that you play in the department.
Blake Lawrence, I'm the chief counsel to Sheriff Montgomery, and I'm the director of the administrative unit at the department. Okay, so the current FTE total, that's 169.0, and I believe that is rough. I think that is the current allocated slots.
Okay, yeah, so I see that for FY 26 you have 169. So this budget committee kind of get a snapshot of things. So, but in FY 25, okay, I was actually wrong. FY 25 you were proposed for 170 under the previous administration, and since then it looked like you are getting up to that capacity with 159. Did that sound right?
We have 169, I believe. This, I'm going to invite my colleague up with permission of the chair. Is that okay? Tashana Syed. Yeah.
And if you just come kind of to the dais of the camera.
I'm Tashana Syed. I'm the Director of Fiscal Operations for the Sheriff's Department. Like you were stating, for the fiscal year 2025, we were allocated 170 positions.
Correct.
We proposed that initially for 230 for 2026, but we have provided you with additional revisions to reduce that down just to accommodate the fact that we have understaffing for the hospital unit.
Okay, so like I said, so I'm educated also. You were, last budget year, you received or was granted 170.
Correct.
And this is also a snapshot, so it sounds like you guys have hired on more people. And currently, right now, you have 159 employees?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we have 162, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, so for just the record, so they can hear you on the mic, you said you have about 162.
Correct.
And in the new budget, you asking for 232.
Well, on the attached revisions that we have with our presentation today, we're actually asking for, it's actually 192 we're asking for. So we've revised what the initial proposal was presented a few months back.
Okay. You asking for 192?
Correct.
How do you guys, how do you feel that you're going to get up to that 192? Understanding that, and I know it's a new department and appreciate all the great work that the new department has done. Seen a lot of great stuff from how you guys use vans to help with the unhoused and trying to modernize the department, but it's just a steep jump from what the department has previously had to get up to that 192. So what is I think here at the Budget Committee, we always try to figure out how do we help departments, and if we add any more positions, we want to make sure that those FTEs are being utilized. So,
Yeah. No, I'm glad you asked. I would ask the committee to take note of the fact that the department, the two previous administrations under Sheriff Murphy and Sheriff Betts were perennially understaffed. They were not able to fill those slots. We have over 80 fully filled out applications for deputy employment in Tashana's office right now. Those are ready to fill. The current starting minimum salary has been raised to $42,000. We have not had any problem at all filling our wait list. We immediately filled deputies. We filled in those slots after they became vacated. And we feel extremely confident that we would be able to fill the 192 ask.
Okay. I do want to commend you guys because I do see that you have filled, at least in this past FOI, and it's a snapshot, almost got up to that 170, which you don't always see.
Yes.
Departments being able to fill the FTEs. Just want to make sure if the committee were to maybe add more employees that that money is being utilized that could actually fill those 192 role.
We could get to 192 like this week if we had the money.
Okay. Just a few questions on the line item, and then I'm going to toss it on over to other members. One big jump that I see is computer equipment. His last year about 10,000, you proposed 5,000, but you was asking for 140. Is that due to, I think the sheriff said, because the computer system is outdated and the contract is going to soon expire? Is that where that 140 maybe?
Yes, that's correct. We are trying to ensure that we do not have any security breaches by trying to attempt in phases. That's why we're starting off small. Even though the overall proposal was 259,000, we wanted to get some of the key departments fulfilled with the correct computers and technology requirements needed. We don't have any type of document management software. We don't have any Microsoft Word that is applicable to any online systems or anything of that sort. And some of our computers don't even operate, and we have probably 33 computers right now that are sitting that are not able to be troubleshot because they're out of warranty and no longer supported.
Okay, makes sense. Capital leases, what is your capital lease is that you may have? I just see another like increase from 165 to 215 requested, but it wasn't granted. I'm just curious of.
Well, at this time, we only have one capital lease, which is our Motorola lease that is for our radios. I incorporated an increase on that due to the fact of, as every contract or anything is with vendors, the prices increase. I have not gotten a quote at this time, but I was told that it can go anywhere between 7 to 12% increase as far as the lease. So I wanted to ensure we had enough to secure the fact that we needed those radios as a pertinent way of communication.
Okay. Just two more questions and I'll pass it on over. Health and safety services and education also seem to, you guys asked for more in that. Could you just explain what those two are and what was the thought process of asking for more?
In our health and safety services, that is actually a cluster of supplies. We utilize that for our ammunition, for some of our safety supplies that are utilized for our deputies, for any training, recertification. We actually have our own trainers. We have senior deputies and commanders that are actually certified to teach tasers, to teach firearms. We're working on getting deputies to also be able to teach mace. So we have to make sure that we have the supplies, and that's one of the accounts that we were allocated for to utilize is health and safety. So that's why I put it in for that, to make sure that we had the supplies needed for training and for use.
Okay. The thought behind travel out of town historically has been like $1,000. You guys had asked for $8,000.
Yeah, so first and foremost, for this year, for example, we attended the Missouri Sheriff's Association New Sheriff's Conference. That was Sheriff Montgomery and I think 3 administrators, including myself. It was tremendously helpful. That is $5,000 that came out of our budget this year. That's including, that didn't even cover it all. In the future, the Missouri Sheriff's Association, we would like to be able to attend as many of those seminars as we can. At least the sheriff himself, for sure. $1,000 might cover one trip for just him. They host 2 to 3 conferences per year. We'd love to be able to send him to more.
Okay. What is the biggest need, if you were to ask the budget committee for additional support? What are the biggest need that the sheriff department needs that wasn't granted maybe in the budget?
So our computers will go dark. Every computer that we have will essentially either, if it's not dark now, if it's not among the 30 that are outmoded now, they will go dark with the deprecation of Windows 10 in mid-October. So we will have no computers. We have no working computers in October unless we're able to replace those. Now, Ms. Sias did get a quote for, was it $259,000? And that includes the Regis, or I don't know if it's all Regis, but it includes the support package as well as the software. Yeah, everything that we would need. I'm not necessarily saying that we need, 88 replacement computers this year, but 50 would be an absolute minimum. With our outside service department, with our land tax department, our records, thank you, yes, personnel, finance, we all do that on sheriff's computers, so we will need those.
Is that coming out of the $140,000 that you had asked for, the computer equipment?
And I will add that there was a little bit of ambiguity about how long that the Regis support would continue. When Microsoft solidified that deprecation date, that was the death knell for that set of computers. Okay,
so that's the biggest need from the department?
I would say that's the most pressing need, yes. Okay. I would also, our hospital unit right now, from a financial standpoint, us covering that is not going to be a long-term sustainable operation. We're just not going to be able to transport transport detainees to and from the Justice Center with the same frequency as we are now. It's become a serious safety concern. It's a liability concern for the city. You guys, we are all on the hook, right, if something terrible should happen. And the sheriff, I know, will not send his deputies out if he feels like he doesn't have the equipment that they need. We can't use mace in those hospitals. We have to have deputies who are our top people in those hospitals. That's a public space. It's not secured like the CJC. So I would say medium term, our most pressing need is more personnel in the hospital unit if we're to continue on the same terms.
Gotcha. All right, with that, Alderwoman Tanya.
Thank you all for being here. I can't hear Sheriff Montgomery, but hello to him. He might just be in my block view. I will just get straight into the budget. I do also just want to put on record that I did really appreciate the sheriff's office stepping up when we had cold hazard weather to help to transport unhoused individuals. I was able to have a conversation with the sheriff about that when he was thinking along those lines, and I just appreciated him, stepping in to fill that gap. And I don't think it's exaggerating to say that it probably definitely allowed for some folks to stay alive in our city. Just looking at you all's salaries line item budget for fiscal year 25, you received about 7.5 million. I can see that you requested 10.1 million for fiscal year 26, which is quite a jump. But I noticed that you received 7.9 million in fiscal year 26. So I know that's like about a $400,000 increase. But I just was curious about, is there anything within that was cut that you all had to, if this proposed budget were to pass, that you would have to work out staff that you think would be significant, like any key positions or anything that you would have to cut?
Yeah, we need more people in the hospital unit right now. I'm looking at Chief Deputy Sykes because he's helping out coordinated. Do you mind if I invite Deputy Sykes up to take that, yeah. Hospital unit, I'd like to let him to speak about the dire need for that if he can.
Gotcha. If you could just state your name, first and last name for the record.
Yes, sir. Tyshawn Sykes, Chief Deputy. Speaking mainly about the hospital unit, we definitely need more bodies and more deputies. The reason being is because we're transporting these inmates from the Justice Center to the hospital, and we all know St. Louis is the best city in the United States, but it's also one of the smallest. So with that being said, the local hospitals that we use, St. Louis University, Barnes, St. Mary's, we have deputies going all the way out to Mercy South, depending on what's going on with the inmate. And we are challenged with safety concerns because 4 or 5 years ago, they used to have hospitals blocked off for the sheriff's department. They kind of gone away from that. So now we have inmates sitting in rooms next to regular civilians. And we risk them running in contact with victims, families, their families, putting our deputies at risk. So a lot of times we have deputies one-on-one with inmates, which is a major concern. We need 2 deputies per inmate, and right now we're averaging about 7 or 8 details in the hospital unit. So that's about 7 or 8 inmates at a time, and we do not have manpower to fill it. And that kind of goes along with the tasers. Because of the hospital being, the condition is with individuals that have health concerns, we can't use mace in certain areas, majority of the hospital. So those tasers are definitely necessary for our deputies if they do encounter safety concerns or safety issues, which just along this year, we've had a few different situations. Fortunately, we were able to maintain them, but we do want to prevent those situations from escalating, and then we have something bigger on our hands we have to do.
Are detainees usually transported in handcuffs?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And so, and it might be hard to answer this, but I'm just trying to picture, you said it's 2 per detainee. Do you know on a regular day or a week, how many transports are you all having, how many detainees are having to transport?
Honestly, it goes up and down. So we may have 1 detail in the hospital, and within 2 hours, we may have 8. It just depends on what's going on. If we have fights in the jail and they send them to the hospital, if we have pregnant females, we send on them inmates for months. It just all depends. Honestly, we're going to move about 15 to 20 a week.
So, for example, if you have someone, a detainee that's having cardiac symptoms, they need to be transported. You guys already have your deputies that are moving 1 person. You need another 2 to move this person, and this person cannot be transported to get emergency medical attention until you have those hospital deputies cleared up to do that transport.
Correct. And those deputies, sometimes we need 3 depending on what's going on because we need a deputy in the ambulance depending on the situation.
And how many do you have and how many would you like?
So we did ask for 8 additional deputies at this time.
Specific
to the hospital.
And you were granted, I could find it, but do you know how many this proposed?
We're at the same number as we were last year, so 0, yeah.
And so you're looking to kind of make this a new duty because you're finding such a strong need. You want to have some deputies that are just, is that why that you don't have any hospital deputies previously?
This is an existing responsibility that we have,
Right.
and we are having to make do with a
But you
need
need some specific staff for this specific need.
Yes, I mean, it's all one pool, right? But we have to take certain deputies out, some of the best deputies, out of courtroom, out of security to cover the hospital. Yeah.
And I do want to say we're using deputies from other units. So we're taking deputies from courts, we're taking deputies from security, we're taking deputies from outside services to fill those needs in hospital, which they're making us shorten those other units, which is a safety issue as well because courts get chaotic, security get chaotic, outside service, our deputies on the street don't have the manpower for that. And we got our deputies doing doubles. And sometimes they're doing doubles and they only get 4 or 5 hours off and they come back the next day. We have supervisors that's doing overnights. The sheriff worked the shift himself. So it's kind of.
Yeah. There's a line item for $97,000 that was requested for fleet materials and supplies. It looks like this budget proposes $1,000. Can you just tell me more about this line item and what was envisioned here?
You know that one. I can do it. Yeah, well,
Well, like I had said earlier, I submitted a revising, and I know you're seeing what was previously placed in. I think it was because we are a new administration. Some may not clearly understand what each category is, and so the assumption in that category was to supplement for our car allowance, for our outside services, for our gas services, for some of our vehicles, for any of the transportation services and maintenance. So I have updated that and reduced the 97,000 to match closer to what we've been getting year over year, but increased it a little bit because every year changes, everything goes up in prices. So I did do an updated request for $7,000.
Okay. That is helpful. I'm circling back here. When does the CJC call an ambulance to do medical transports instead of the sheriff's office, or is that just the sheriff's office?
So previously, the CJC times moved the inmates depending on the severity of the situation. I would say early part of this year, they kind of stopped it. So all the duties were left on us. So from the time we moved them, from the time they needed medical assistance, even if the ambulance is not transporting them, if we transport them from the time they leave CJC to the time they get back, we're overseeing them. But it's
Are you
also
saying if it's based off the assessed critical condition that the patient is in, is it that more critical conditions the EMS are called and less critical you all do transit?
correct. If the person needs to be worked on, or if there's something severe that EMS needs to have hands on them, then yeah, they're going to.
But are you also saying that you usually often transport them back after they've been treated? It's usually on the sheriff's office, transport them back.
From the time they leave to the time they come back, it's our duty, as well as the police department. If they have a situation, once they apply warrants, we also take over those details, even if they're not submitted.
Okay, and I kind of asked this earlier, but I'm just trying to still understand. You said some days you can have 8, sometimes you can have 15. Can you give me like a minimum and a maximum, maybe per day or per week, of how many? I just want to make sure I'm understanding like your staffing capacity and the position request and what that looks like in real.
I would say at minimum, we would have really no less than 1 detail. Maximum out of a week, back and forth, we can get to about 20 inmates.
20 a week?
Correct.
And minimum how many? I'm sorry.
At least 1.
At least 1.
It's very rare we have no inmates in the hospital. But that also goes with some are admitted to the hospital, some are just there for the emergency room for 3 or 4 hours, and then we take them back. So it's constant movements.
And you guys are responding to a call, so it's on CJC staff to determine whether or not it needs to be you all or EMS to do the transit.
It's the doctors in the CJC that makes that decision.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, Alderwoman Velasquez.
Thank you, Acting Chair Browning. Thank you, Alderman. I just had one question that stood out to me. It looks like, maybe you talked through it earlier, it looks like the role for administrative attorney isn't filled. Is that correct?
Sheriff's attorney.
Sheriff's attorney.
So yes, I mean that's not really a role that we have right now. We may seek to add it back in the future, but that is statutorily limited. I think at both here at the local and at the state, due to an intersection of the two provisions, that's limited to $15,000 anyway. So I mean that's
Statutory limited $15,000 as in pay.
right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, annualized.
And so what's the function?
In the past, I think Judge Jimmy Edwards did this role for the last administration. The sheriff gets sued all the time, not the sheriff himself, but like the department gets sued for like if a homeowner who wants to claim that something at the auction wasn't properly auctioned, or if a homeowner wants to set aside a sheriff's auction sale. As you know, we do evictions, we enforce court orders, service of papers. There's a lot of intersectionality with the courts and the justice system. We have cut that role out of our request, though, currently.
And then, so who provides is that like contracted service or does the city councilor?
We currently have the city councilor working with us. I'm an attorney myself. I do some of the work, and then we also have our chief execution deputy, Matt Gio, who's an attorney as well.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Alderman Devoti.
Thank you both for coming. I need a bit of an education. I know under the charter in the code that the sheriff's office is responsible for security in the courtrooms as well as transfer of prisoners from the courthouse to detention facilities. Educate me about this hospital unit. This is new to me. By what authority does such a thing exist? I mean, why is the sheriff's office transporting inmates from any facility to the hospital and then worrying about them while they're there?
That's an amazing question that we're still trying to answer ourselves. The department attorneys are looking into things to see if those are even our duties. But what we do have an understanding is that between CJC and the sheriff's office, somewhere in the past down the line, there was some type of agreement that we would oversee this particular unit, which we may or may not receive any type of, fund or anything for it or compensation. But we're still trying to figure it out ourselves.
So that was a good question.
That was a very good question, Alderman. And that's one that we are considering in the office this moment, yes.
Okay. So, one of my fellow alders asked a question about fleet materials and supplies, and I know that you explained to us that this was your first time working through the budget, and there might have been a misclassification. The thought being is that
was my fault, not Ms. Dias's. Sorry, Alderman.
We'll throw you under the bus. Now, having said that, if that was placed incorrectly in that category, where did it end up?
So we, as part of our ongoing and I think successful reform of our outside service unit, we're looking to take away, we're basically looking to move all of our outside service deputies. These are the deputies that go out and they serve legal process in the community. We're looking to have them come in and have a city car available for that shift that they then go out, or a sheriff's car. And if it's, a publicly funded car, that go out to that shift, go around. They go around in pairs. We have a way that we're geocoding these zip codes now, so it's geographical to be more efficient rather than numerical by zip code, which was tremendously inefficient in the past. So we just, basically we're looking for as much resources as we can get to make sure that those deputies have cars that work.
No, and I understand that, fair enough, but I guess we're in the revised budget, and I admit, I'm looking at the proposal that was printed out on April 29. But if we would look at the revision, where does that particular line item appear?
I think that's another good question, Alderman. We also submitted a capital improvement request that I guess we're not going to get for that. But yes, we submitted a CIP for that, for purchase of, or at least leasing of vehicles.
There was talk at the courthouse about the office wanting to purchase golf carts for some reason. Is that just, is there anything going on as far as that goes, as far as transportation?
I mean, we have a pretty large, I mean, our footprint, covers the Carnahan building, the Cahill building, juvenile building. We can use those for all kinds of different, it's not just one building. That's a lot of law enforcement agencies, a lot of sheriff's departments have those. Sometimes we need to be able to.
Do we own golf cart, or does the sheriff's department own and operate golf carts now?
Do we know the answer to that right now? In the past, I don't believe so. Yeah.
But once is to purchase golf carts for future use.
Yeah.
Well, and explain that to me. I mean, if we're talking about moving from the civil courts building or the Cahill building to the Carnahan courthouse, I mean, we're talking about crossing Market Street. I don't mean to be dense, but why would a golf cart be necessary to cross Market Street?
The sheriff's department, like many city departments, is a logistically intensive department. I mean, we have 100 and, nearly 170 FTEs. We also have the juvenile courts building. We interact with the CJC. I mean, we don't need a fleet of golf carts, but I mean, I certainly to transport equipment back and forth, to transport equipment from, if we need to make a run to the hospital or something like that. I mean, in the future, I know that the Missouri General Assembly is working on a bill that would give tax incentives for entertainment districts like here in downtown. Our ability to help out with those, I mean, that the golf carts would help with that. As you know, we have a contract with the Treasurer's Office to do security during the Cardinals games, Blues games. Hopefully, we'd like to add the soccer games to that as well. It's a logistically intensive agency. We do need computers, but yeah, I mean, we also need hardware as well.
No, and I don't mean to be difficult, but again, I'm assuming that nobody's driving a golf cart from the central downtown district to Vandeventer, right? I mean, you're going to be using a transport van or some other. I mean, that's a pretty good hike. We're going to Midtown in a golf cart? I don't mean to be dense. I just don't get it.
Yes, sir. And majority of the reason that the golf carts were purchased is for, as you guys were aware, we previously did downtown detail, which we're transitioning into now. We just met with the soccer stadium. And so it's more so of a presence. Downtown has had many of issues in the last few years, and downtown detail has helped. I believe we're like on year 6 or 7 that we've been assisting. And it's mainly so for the presence of downtown with our deputies being there.
And again, I know I'm picking on you. I apologize, but I look at what the city charter and the code says with respect to the responsibilities of the office, and I see courtroom security, and I see the movement of detainees from one building to the other, and I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around why the sheriff's department is doing these kinds of things beyond. I mean, for that matter, in the hospital unit, I don't understand it, why you have your hands in these things.
I don't mean to speak for the whole department or definitively on behalf of Sheriff Montgomery, but I mean, we're not, I mean, the hospital unit right now, if we're going back to that, I mean, we're not all that excited to continue that on the same terms as we have in the past. I mean, the CJC, they, and Chief Deputy Sykes, you can please interrupt me if I'm speaking improperly here, but the CJC has the deputies that are on duty during these times that they have to be firearm trained. I mean, they have to be properly certified to transport those prisoners anyway. I believe they have an $11.5 million contract specifically for medical interventions there. I mean, we're not, I believe in the past, I mean, distant past, right? I mean, like, this would have been probably Sheriff Murphy. There were certain financial incentives for doing this kind of stuff, and I believe that at that time it was more of an economies of scale type benefit where we were transporting federal prisoners as well, and I think that they were getting compensated for that as well. It's right now, from a financial standpoint, the hospital specifically, especially because of the manpower, is becoming unsustainable for us.
Understood, and I appreciate the explanation. Thank you. The last thing I wanted to ask about, and if you answered this already, I apologize, is the line item with respect to professional services. Again, was that a miss in unintentional mislining? I think there was a request for $95,000, and the budget proposal came back at 2. Can you educate me?
Yeah, we have a few ideas for that. We would, number one, we have already engaged contract with advocates at the state, federal, and local level who are going out and applying for grants that are available for law enforcement agencies nationally. Those advocates are also registered to lobby for us at the state level during the appropriations process. We anticipate that that's going to more than pay for itself. It's going to make it so that we don't have to get so far down on our knees and grovel for you guys as much. And we also have probably a medium-term need, depending on our ability to get to upgrade our network infrastructure. We probably have a medium-term need for a consultant to come in and do some short to medium-term work on upgrading our website, upgrading our real-time service technology as well.
Good deal. Thank you. I appreciate the explanations. Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you. I only have one question. My colleagues did a wonderful job of asking the rest of the questions. I understand that you both need new computers, but also that for the budget line item, the Regis costs are going to be separate from that. So I'm wondering what is the amount that the Regis cost would be for your department?
Probably more. You probably know more.
At this time, we have Regis is our IT, and at this time, we are currently in an agreement with them that is already roughly we're spending close to $12,000 monthly because not only, like I said, our IT, but they are required as far as with law enforcement because they have certain certifications to make sure that we're secure. I do anticipate that that's going to increase, so that's why that is a higher expense because they do not provide software or any other things, but except for like the actual technical support and as well as our legal tools that we use like Regis and CGIS and what's the other one? Mules and all that. They monitor that and keep that secure.
So the cost, like what would it be separate from, or first of all, is that cost currently included in your budget, or is that,
yes,
would that cost be?
Yes, separate line item for Regis because they are paid separately from any type of, they could not provide us with any types of quotes or proposals for upgrading equipment. They could just recommend us third-party vendors to provide the actual equipment. And they were the ones that initially, when we came into office, kind of let us know that, hey, you've got a lot of devices that are not compliant. We can't even see them on our system. And so as we've been trying to get acclimated into the department, we have been just watching it closely and monitoring it. And as of April, I had received an announcement that just clearly stated that we would bless you, we would be definitely out of compliance by October 10th of 2025 of all of our devices.
Okay, that is all my questions. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you all.
And for the committee, I think we are waiting for the next department at 2 p.m. So I will see if we'd like to do a motion to put us in recess until 2 p.m.
So moved.
Hearing no objections, we're in recess until 2. The Budget and Public Employees Committee will now resume. We have the Medical Examiner's Office in front of us. Please state your name and your position, and you can get started. It's green. Press up.
There we go. There we go.
Yep.
Good afternoon. I'm Tara Rick. I'm the Director of Operations for the Medical Examiner's Office. And thank you for having me today. If it's okay with the committee, I'm just going to give you kind of a brief overview of the office's function and our table of organization. And then if you have any specific questions, I'm happy to take those. So the Medical Examiner's Office is located at 1300 Clark Avenue, which is across the street. We are a 24-hour-a-day, 7 days a week, 365-day-a-year office. We presently have 23 employees. 16 of those are full-time. And we have a responsibility to investigate all deaths that occur within our jurisdiction, which are in the geographical boundaries of the city of St. Louis. So I'm happy to answer questions about that if anyone is interested. But in terms of our budget, the majority of our budget is for contracts, which are primarily, if you will see, the professional medical examiner services, toxicology and histology, and what we call our livery services. So our professional medical examiner services, that is going to pay for the salaries of all of our contract pathologists that do all of the autopsies. That also includes 24-hour, 7-day-a-week coverage for our x-ray technicians that are going to do the x-rays on all of our cases that are going to go for autopsy, and also any of our consultants that we're going to have to reach out to for our more specialized cases like forensic anthropology, for our skeletal remains cases, or forensic odontology, a forensic dentist who's going to look at our cases where we need that type of specialty performed. The histology and the toxicology contracts, that is going to pay for all of the laboratory testing that is done on all of the cases that fall within our jurisdiction. So if the committee would be interested, I can provide a service table that will break down the cost of like all of the testing that's done on a typical autopsy case. They're not all the same. You know, sometimes there's specialized testing required that may increase those fees. And then histology is going to include any of the tissue samples that we're going to send off for slides. That's what that includes. For the livery account, that is going to include the fees for our contracted livery service. That is who is going to go at our request to a location to pick up a decedent and bring them to the medical examiner's office for evaluation. So that could be a scene location, whether it is a residence, a private place. It could also be a hospital, a skilled nursing facility, anything along those lines. And that contract is also going to include fees to our livery service for any city burials that we request. So we do have a good number of individuals that come into our care on an annual basis where there is either no family located by our staff or family is located and for whatever reason they do not take charge of their loved one's remains. So those fees would be charged to the livery contractor to have that loved one either buried at Calvary Cemetery, where we have a plot for indigent individuals, or if they're an honorably discharged veteran, they would be buried at Jefferson Barracks. What I wanted to point out is that, again, we have 15 full-time employees, we have 8 part-time employees with a total of 23. In terms of our staffing for this FY26 budget, we did request 1 additional full-time medical legal death investigator position, which was granted. So you'll see that slight increase there. We currently have 5 full-time death investigators, and when I mentioned our office being open 24 hours a day, our death investigators rotate through 5 shifts so that we have that 24-hour coverage. And with our case volume going up, and I've spoke a little bit about this in previous meetings where I've testified, unfortunately, we cannot predict on an annual basis our need in terms of, how many loved ones we're going to have brought in, how many tests we're going to have done. We can only kind of estimate based on trends from prior years. And one thing that really hasn't slowed down much for us is the deaths due to drug intoxication, things along those lines, and homicides on top of our other cases. So we did request an extra position, a 6th full-time, to add to our team, and I think that is going to help us greatly. In terms of our autopsy technicians, we have 5 full-time autopsy techs and 1 is a supervisor. Those 5 individuals take care of every single decedent that comes into our care, from the time that they arrive through the autopsy and any other procedures that need to be done until they are released. My position, the director, and we also have a chief medical legal death investigator that oversees the death investigator team. We have 1 executive secretary, we have 1 records custodian, and we have a custodian who handles maintaining our entire facility. Are there any questions from the committee at all? I think that I've touched on the main accounts, the larger accounts, but if there's an explanation on any of the other line items, I'm happy to go into that.
Great, thank you so much. We really appreciate the detail. We will go through the committee by order to see if anyone has any questions. Start with Alderman Gagne.
I thank you for being here. Thank you for the work you all do. I have learned a lot more about you all's department because of the CJC, honestly. So just thank you for your all's service. I don't have a lot of questions at all about your budget. I think it's pretty straightforward. I think the requests are clear. So my only question is really, is there something that you would like us to specifically be mindful of? I think the only thing I noticed in your budget that you really went for that didn't get was kind of under contractual and other services where you requested $25,000 and it was denied. But yeah, other than that, of like, what is there something I could be missing? I just took the time to look through it.
No, I'm glad that you pointed that out. So under computer services, we made a prior year budget request for our new upgraded medical legal software. Our current case system was outdated and non-supported. This kind of fell between the 2 budget years. So this request was already out while we had that kind of ball in motion. So we were able to have funding to pay for the new software up through the end of 2025 calendar year. So we'll be okay.
Okay, thank you.
Alderwoman Velazquez.
Thank you. I don't have too many questions. Your department is pretty straightforward. It sounds, well, probably not straightforward to do the work that you do, but straightforward for budgeting purposes. Can you just, I know you can't estimate, obviously, workload and what it's going to be from year to year, but do you have any sense of how we might rank compared to other cities as far as workload, as far as staffing? I mean, is it more or less? I mean,
Yeah, I can't speak for offices really outside of our region. I know our partner office is the Regional Medical Examiner's Office that handles St. Charles, Franklin, and Jefferson. They don't have a morgue. They use the St. Louis County morgue through contract, and then the county medical examiner out in Berkeley. I think we all kind of have the same struggles with, staffing going up and down and the price of supplies and things like that changing. But I think we may fall into a lower number in terms of what cases we take under our jurisdiction annually compared to the county and the other offices, but their demographic area is bigger. And they also have a lot of skilled nursing facilities, so that would increase their numbers somewhat. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. I can really only speak to the offices in the region. I think it's a big challenge working at medical examiner's office in different places, but we're always seeing something different. And with us, if you were interested, on the line item for our mortuary services, if you're wondering where that number came from, our current contract, this year I requested $450,000, and last year, or the current year that we're in, it's $400,000. Our current contract has removals at $500 and city burials at $440. So if you just kind of crunch the numbers a little bit, that allows us, at that budget, that allows us to do about 66 removals per month, which, you know, you look at that figure and you look at $400,000 and you go, that's a lot of money. But when you start looking at how many people you can actually bring in, so if we say that's 66 people a month, 1 month we may have 90, you know, so we don't know. So we ask within reason, and then we just kind of see what happens. So that's why the number's a little bit higher for this request in 26, is that that would allow like another 100 removals. But again, I don't know if it would be higher. I don't know if it would be lower.
Great, thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I don't have any other questions. I think you've kind of explained that, you know, the number of cases you see will be changing depending on what's going on, and so you ask for a reasonable amount, and that seems very reasonable to me. I just want to express my gratitude to your office, because I think this is one of those areas which is, I think, a difficult place to work, I imagine, with the kind of people that you're having to interact with all the time, and having to show, having to make sure that you're treating everyone with dignity and respect. And so I just really appreciate the job being done, because I think that means a lot to the people in those situations. That is it with my questions. So we will let you go, but we really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And with that, I think we are done for the day. So I will accept a motion. Oh, before we go there, sorry. Want to note that the, see, do we have any written testimony?
We had one written testimony, and it's in the Google Drive for review.
Thank you. Do any members have announcements? Seeing none. Want to note that all members were present except for the Alderwoman from the 12th, who is not excused. And with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It is moved by the Alderwoman from the 7th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 6th. Hearing no objection, we are adjourned.